We are back! Yes! With some more Train Simulator Classic. Okay, so yeah, we have another request video, and this time the request has come from Luke Hoser. So, what is involved in this request? Well, this is more of a sort of big one, and it's a train comparison video. So, first thing he stipulated is that we do London King's Cross to Edinburgh. So obviously the DLCs are split into 4. So I'll be doing them in 4 legs, but I'll stitch it all together in the editing room. He stipulated we set off at around 11, and it's spring and it's cloudy. Now here's the thing. Each leg is going to be in a different train. So the first leg is the Armstrong Powerhouse Class 803. There's only 2 options. There's unbranded or Lumo, so I've just gone for the Lumo one. There's no LNER on this available. That's in the 801s and 802s, but and the 800, I think. But this is the 803. This is the one that does not have any diesel capabilities whatsoever. So this is what we're going to be in. He wants us to do 1 stop on each. So I think he specified the first stop on this leg, or the stop on this leg, to be Hitchin. But as I'm doing it on the fast route, Hitchin is not available. So we will be on the avoiding line as we go through Hitchin, so we're going to go just on a bit further and we'll stop at Biggleswade. Okay, and then at Peterborough we will then change over to a Class 91 with the engine leading rather than the motor control cab DVT, because we're going from south to north, and we've got a stop to stop off there as well, just to get a good idea of the train. The stop there will be Doncaster, so it'll be Peterborough to York and stopping at Doncaster. After that we will jump into the Armstrong Powerhouse high-speed train, the old Intercity 125 Class 43, where we will be going from York to Newcastle, and we're going to stop at Durham on the way there, and then finally from Newcastle to Edinburgh Waverly we will be stopping at Berwick-on-Tweed, and we will be driving the non-Armstrong Powerhouse Class 395. And at the end he has asked that I do a sort of review on each one, what I found good, what I found bad, how I compare the first 3 to the Dovetail Games versions, because the first 3 are going to be Armstrong Powerhouse, and how I rated the drive. For the first leg, which is Peterborough to London to Peterborough, I've also done it in the 801 Dovetail Games, and I've also done it on Train Sim World in the LNER 801. So yeah, I've done it on a few different trains, so this will be interesting. So there we go. I will try obviously not to speed, but it won't be my main concern here, because it's the actual how I find the drive and the performance of the train itself. So that being said, this is going to be a bit of a long video, and it'll be recorded over multiple sessions while we change trains and stitched up together to make one glorious whole. Right, okay, without any more gibberish, let's get on with it. Right, okay, here we are at King's Cross. Oh, let's just crack open my refreshment. So this is it, the class, we need to set the lights up, the class 803. I wonder if we can set our destination. All I can see is A. Well, we may have to turn the train on first, but here we are, 5 coaches, and there's our pantograph at the front. Okay, sometimes they're at the back, sometimes not. Right, okay, now there is, I believe, a master key for this, or is there? Something I always forget. I mean, we can find out easily enough by just moving the. Yeah, we can't move the thing else, and there it is. Okay, master key. Acknowledge the fault light and the AWS test. Okay. Right, now there's a slightly different procedure to opening the doors on this, so let's just set the lights up. Yeah, where do I do that again? Reading light, desk illumination, temperature, fan. Okay, headlights. Here they are. Full dimmed. Put them on dimmed for day running. Let's just check that. I don't think F7 and F8 are going to let us change the destination. Or if they are, I can barely see it. Aberdeen. It's just letting me change to Aberdeen. Oh no, here we go. Oh, I can hardly read it. Beverly. Carlisle. I said we can. I know this train is going to Edinburgh, but we'll be changing trains, so we will be. This will be terminating at Peterborough. Middlesbrough. Should have gone the other way. Perth. Peterborough. Right. Okay, that's all sorted. Headlights are looking good. Now I think we do. I think it's Y and O to open the doors. Okay. So let's let the passengers on. Oh, they didn't hang around for long, did they? We've got a green signal up there. Okay, that looks like we're ready to go. Right, we're in a 15 mile an hour zone. I'm going to do something I've never used before and use the speed set. So I'll turn that on and I'll set it to 15. Oh, not 20. Right, let's go. So we pull out. Okay, that speed set is working quite nicely. Right, so now if I remember from previous runs, oh, there's our class 43 there. From previous runs, we don't actually get into the sort of high speeds until after Welwyn Garden City. So I think we'll probably get to about 85, 90 up until then. But once we're there, we are into the 100, 120, 125. Right, as we sort of make our way up this tunnel. Obviously, while we got a speed set, you know, I will make the most of it because we'll be in the 91 next. I can't remember if that does have it or not because I've never driven the Armstrong Powerhouse version, and the Dovetail Games one was pitiful. The DVD going off every minute or 30 seconds or something. Yeah, it It was unpleasant, to say the least. But apparently it was like that in real life. Right, we're at 45 now, so let's set the speed up. So we can increase the throttle a bit. It won't be long, we'll be at a 65. Oh, and then an 80. See, we are... accelerating quite rapidly through these speed limit changes, but I don't really think it gets much over 80 between here and Welwyn Garden City. Right, we're at a 65 now anyway, so let's increase that. We might as well put the throttle up to full. And then we'll be at a 90 speed limit before we even get to Finsbury Park. So yeah, we are not stopping until Biggleswade because Hitchin is on the fast route. Hitchin is unavailable to us. I don't think Biggleswade is too much further than Hitchin anyway. Okay, I got there pretty quickly to 65. So we'll set it to 80. Let's see how quickly it gets there. I mean, the good thing about Biggleswade is the station is in 125 mile an hour limit. So we can literally accelerate from 0 to 125 and see how long it takes us to get there. Okay, right, so we've got our 90 coming up as we go through Finsbury Park. There's Finsbury Park. Now how old is this route? Could we see the Emirates? And then 95. So this first part of the journey is, I think it was about 75 miles, wasn't it? We've now got 73 to go. I think most of it, the speed limit is in 3 figures, so it shouldn't take us overly long to do this part. And then when we get to Peterborough, we will get out the train and go and find the Class 91 that's waiting for us. Okay, it's let us speed slightly, but not illegally, at 95.3. Okay, so we're going past the Ali Pali. Never been there, so I don't really know what it looks like. Obviously there is a station there. I wouldn't mind going next January actually for the seniors event. There's the Ali Pali stop. Where the actual venue is, I couldn't tell you. It's not there, is it? That big old thing there. Looks a bit modern to be a palace, but who knows? But this thing hasn't taken as long to get to 95 at all, and it'll be 100 in a minute as we go through New Southgate. There we go. So we'll set the speed thing. So as you can see here, there's no diesel buttons at all. So in electric mode, obviously There's no, I don't think there is any other mode at all on this. So it's permanently electric. Well, 115, okay. So, yeah, it must be 125 that's after Welwyn Garden City. I can't remember if that is on the border of Greater London and it's either Hertfordshire or Bedfordshire. I think it's Hertfordshire, Welwyn Garden City, but I don't know which side it's on. Oakley Park coming up. Oh Christ. Oh, how was that? That was 2 sneezes, wasn't it? Right, that's 2 days off work. Oh, 115. Let's have a look at some of these stations as we go through. Oakley Park there. And this one, literally on its doorstep, is a new Barnet. There we go. It's a bit of a blink and you miss it station. Not really much there at all. And Hadley Wood next. So obviously the further out of London we get, the bigger the gap between the stations. Right, so this is where our acceleration has sort of decreased slightly, our rate of acceleration. So it's taken us a while. Oh yeah, another pretty small and insignificant station there. And lots of tunnels. Like Potter's Bar, I know that is still London, isn't it? And it's still reasonably built up area from what I can see there. I really ought to know. I've done this route a few times in real life and I'm hoping to do it again this year, but we will see. And then Brookman's Park. Let's have a look at the surrounding area. Is it really that green and that sparsely populated round here? Could be. Warehouse there, big industrial buildings. Right, let's go for a trackside view. Oh, look at that. Couldn't have wanted a better angle there. Yes, that's sort of what you'd see if you just collapsed on the bridge. As we go through Brookman's Park there. Interesting, those stay wires there that are at the angle. It looked like it was just going to scrape the top of the train. Okay, Welham Green. Really wasn't much to see there at all. So, first impressions. I mean, look, I've hardly had to touch the train controls. I mean, obviously, unless there's any AI train fuck-ups, it's going to be green signal all the way to Peterborough. But, yeah, really haven't had to touch it. I've just manipulated the throttle up to 100 and then use the speed set. So it really is a very easy, sort of almost autopilot drive. Right, Hatfield, I think, yeah, we're definitely into Hertfordshire. Because I know Hatfield, when you drive up this way and you come off the M25 at the A1, it's not too long, you get the Hatfield Tunnel. So, yeah, I think we're out of London now. Just had to pause it and resume it there for a second. Now we're going to wait for the assets to redraw. Here they come. Okay, right, Welwyn Garden City. Okay, I don't know how much of it we can see from here. Yeah, this is obviously the station for it. And we are on the avoiding line here. But we do have to go through Welwyn North. Well, we're still at 115. I think we may get 120 coming up very soon. You see the number of tracks has reduced right down as we go over this viaduct. It's a bit of a big one. And there's Welwyn North. And then, yep, as promised, there is our 125 mile an hour limit. Now, I won't be using the speed set for that because it can often make a speed. So I'm going to just try and keep the speed manually adjusted to around 124, 125. So once we get past that, I will... well, past the limit increase, I will then turn off the speed set and we'll let the train do the rest, plus my manual controls. And there we go. So speed set is off. As we go through Nebworth, see we're already at 119. We're on 1 in 330, so it's not an enormous great slope. So let's have a little look at Nebworth as we go through it. I don't know where the big stately home and music venue is. I still don't know exactly where it is in relation to the station. Right, we're doing 124. I've dropped the throttle down to about 35%. Let's see if we increase or decrease. And we've got Stevenage coming up. What we have, I'll drop it down to 0. There we go. We decrease quite quickly there, so I'll leave it at 20. And if it goes 123, then we'll just increase it a little bit more. Like that. As we're on a dead flat, we were briefly, dead flat bit of track. We've seen a lot of those class 43s. Right, here's Stevenage. Quite a built up area here. There's a few tower blocks. Okay, we're on a dead flat bit of track, so let's try and get our speed increased. Back up near 125. As I've said on previous videos, when you're in 3 figures, you cannot see the decimal point numbers, so you don't know if you're 125.1 or 125.9. It looks like we're on a slight downhill here, 1 in 200. Yeah, I'll have to watch that. Let's stick it on 26 for now. So look, 75 miles, we've already done pretty much 30 of them. Right, okay, so here is Hitchin, I think, where we can't stop. Let's just have a look from outside. Oh, there's the station there. Okay, so here's Hitchin, yeah. So it's got 2 avoiding lines, 1 for each way. So yeah, wasn't the most ideal place to stop when we're doing the fast route. So I have slightly changed the request parameters, but we will stop at Biggleswade. I mean, see how good the brakes are on this thing. So if you could set the speed set to 124, this would be perfect. Just wouldn't have to do anything. We'll see whether if you reduce the speed set, whether it applies braking. I can't remember if it does. So one way to find out, and we'll do that once we are in a high limit and it reduces. Obviously we'll allow plenty of time, just in case it don't work. So if we go to 120 or whatever, then I will set the speed limit or speed set. Okay, we just dropped down to 123 now, so I'll just apply a little bit more throttle just to gradually take it back up if possible. So Arlesey, is it? Or Arlesey? No idea how you pronounce that, but it looks like we are going down the fast line and avoiding it. So is there a level crossing coming up? Well, that was some sort of crossing. A cattle crossing to me. So it's Arlesey. So it shouldn't be too far. And to get to Biggleswade, we don't appear to be increasing speed. In fact, we decreased. So let's just pop that up to about 67. Even that might not be enough. Let's just blam it up to 100. And look, we're on a dead flat bit of track now, so we can reduce that. Yeah, no major hills or anything. Ooh, a bit of flashing artifact there in the distance. Right, there's Biggleswade. So we will start braking now. Don't think we quite need to brake that hard. Right, is that it up in the distance I can see? There it is. Well, those brakes are pretty impressive. They're very easy to sort of gauge. I mean, we've only got 5 coaches, but they're very responsive. Right, so we will stop here by the S. Okay, so I think it's Y and I. No, it's Y and U. To let the buggers off. And here we are at Biggleswade. Christ, this is... They don't want to get on and off here, do they? Okay, right, well, we probably missed the guard signal there. So I'll just give it a few more seconds. Yeah, well, that's it. I think I missed it because I was looking at it from outside. Right, so we're still in 125. So let's get moving. Once we get to 20, we'll give it full throttle. And let's see how long it takes us. So it's just before 11:30 we set off. So it seems to be about 1 mile an hour a second. Slowing down a little bit. Right, okay, we are now halfway to our top speed. Yeah, so the acceleration does start slowing a little bit. Once you've got to get over about 65. So the next station we will be going through is Sandy. Right, all greens, that's what we like. Very unusual in a real world situation, but not impossible. Right, is this a speed limit reduction? Oh, only on the points. Oh, Morpeth board. Okay, so we are just coming up to being into 3 figures speed. That's been about 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Right, here's a Sandy. Don't see a single grain of sand there either. Or a castle. So yeah, acceleration really has sort of slowed. I don't know what the actual top speed of this train is, but I know for some bizarre reason we are restricted to no more than 125. Unless you're in a APT okay, which I don't have the DLC for at the moment. And it was only ever a prototype. But yeah, that didn't half get up to 140 quickly. I wonder if this Rail Enhancer 2 will allow you to customise your quick drive scenarios, so you can use the APT. Right, so it took us about 4 minutes. I've just stopped shy of 125. About 4 minutes to get there. Got a dead straight bit of track, so let's give it 50% throttle so we can gradually get it up to 124, 125. No, we're going slightly uphill. I think we might be. Okay, 28 miles to go. And I think most of it will be at this speed. I can't remember what the speed limit is around Peterborough. But it would be really nice if if it was in 3 figures. So when we jump onto our next tray, we can just slam the throttle down full on the Class 91. Right, St Neots is coming up. We will be able to go past the platform there. Look, pretty much full throttle. Oh, full throttle, full speed. I'm doing 124 now. Let's just put that up to 20 or 30. Keep an eye on that. So here we go, St Neots coming up. We're going through 2 miles an hour shy of the maximum speed. 3 miles an hour now, it's dropped to 122, so yeah, it's difficult finding a sweet spot at the moment. Now look, we've got a 120 limit. Not for 1.5 miles. So what I will do, I'll turn speed set on, set it 120 and see if it does any braking for us. Don't think it is. Okay, what were we? 120 now with our speed set, so we should not get any speeding violations. Let me just... There's a 125 there. Let's just, as an experiment, just drop it down again. 110. Does it actually apply? Oh, look, it is braking. Look, it says graduated self-lap. It is giving us braking. There we go, and it's released the brakes now. I've set it back up. So, yeah, interesting. That makes life even easier, doesn't it? Right, another cattle crossing there. That looked more like a proper road crossing. Okay, we can take the speed set off in a minute because it is back to 125 and we will manually keep it around there. So speed set is off. One in 660, but I can't tell if it's uphill or downhill as usual. So Huntingdon, sorry, is coming up. Right, it's a absolutely flat piece of track. I say this has been effortless so far, really has. It was nice and easy to stop at Biggleswade from 123 or whatever we were doing. Nice and easy to drive, and especially if you're using the speed set. There's Huntingdon. And because we are doing exceedingly high speed compared with our normal train runs, we are getting through those miles pretty rapidly. Oh, we've got a bit of a speed drop there because we've got a hill. So let's crank the throttle up. Now, was it this line where we had the double greens? I can't remember now. Which means you're free to go at the higher speed if you're on a suitable train, like the APTP. But at 14 miles to go. Right, got a flat track. There's the crossing. Yeah, so a lot of the miles has been at top speed on this track, a good portion of this run. I think we are on a downhill. Yeah, if only that speed set was better at 125 and you didn't get speeding violations. I don't think it's just this train. I think there's a few, and I've seen it on Luke Oza's videos as well, where he's used speed set 125 and it's got a speeding violation. So it might be something in the game itself. Right, do we get a trackside view? No, we don't. And there's so much track available for us to lie down and look at it. Oh, well. So, yeah. This hasn't shaken us all over the place either. So it's been... I mean, I can't speak for the passengers. I mean, yeah, we do get a little bit of wobble, but I've driven worse in this game. Right, Connington. I've never heard of the place. Is there a station here? I don't think so, unless it was so small I thought it was a bloody signal box. Right, we do have a speed limit decrease now. So 105. So let's see if we can set this. Don't think it's applying the brakes. Well, it wouldn't do. Okay. And then 100. So, oh well, yeah, we're only just under 7 miles from Peterborough. So I've set it to 100. Let's put the brakes on. See, we don't need to do it yet. Lots of whistles I keep missing as I'm ponting about with the speed set. Oh, and then we're back up to 115. Nice. Okay, let's pop it down to the ton. Yeah, the brakes are kicked in. And they're released. But we're still speeding. Oh no, yeah, not now. We're all good. Right, not long, and then we can go back up to, look at it, flicking between 99 and 0.900. That's 115. But, yeah, I think we'll may get a decrease between here and Peterborough. But for now, I will take that increase all day long. Yeah, I haven't seen many stations here. I don't know what it is, but although this is nice scenery here, the West Coast main line seems a lot more vibrant. I don't know if it's just the different assets used or it actually is. I mean, it's been so long since I've done this in real life, I can't remember what it looks like. Right, 105 coming up. Okay, I don't have to reduce it that early, but 10 mile an hour ain't going to make a huge amount of difference. We're on time. Why? Because yeah, we are. Because I've said so. Right, Peterborough. And there's a 30 coming up. And a 40, so we'll treat it all as a 30. Don't need to quite brake that hard. Yep, probably get another one. And there it is. Okay, so we're just approaching the 30, and then, oh Christ, on a downhill, so I did speed there, not by much, but I still did. Yeah, should have kept an eye on that. Mind you. Okay, so here we are at Peterborough. Let's make sure we stop in roughly the right area. It's a 3-car stop, 4-car. There we are, right up the end here, where it says 8. That'll do nicely. Everybody is getting off. So here we are. We have done the first leg of the journey with one speeding error. And that was a pretty effortless drive, to be honest with you. Pretty effortless. So, very responsive train. Didn't throw us around too much. Acceleration good. Brakes excellent. And yeah, very impressive. So we can now get out of this train and cross the platform, or wait on the platform for our Class 91 to arrive, and then we will be jumping in that and then heading up to York. Right, okay, so we've just hopped over onto this platform where our Class 91 is waiting. Now, I hope I've chosen the right one. This was Class 91 brackets IC225. I thought the Intercity livery wasn't available for it, but it appears it is. So, yeah, here we are. So it took us, it's 12 o'clock now, it took us 10 minutes to get across. Let's just check the back of the train. There's our DVT with no engine in it at all. So let's get this thing started up. So let's see, is there a master key? There certainly is. Master key's on. Let's get the reverser set to forward. Oh, it didn't like that. No, it doesn't like that at all. That's better. Okay. That's the DRA. We can hear the humming of it now. Let's let some people on. Are the doors opening, or is it going to use that other system? Oh, it looks like they are there. Oh, was that a seagull in Peterborough? Okay. So let's just set the headlights up correctly. So we want instrument lights. Okay. What does this say? Clipboard. Instrument lights I'll put to dim. Cab lights not needed. Driver safety devices isolated. That's probably for the best. That's that thing that pisses you off all the time. Right, that's the speed set is there. Where are the headlights? Because I've currently got my tail lights on. At the front. Here they are. Right, let's just check that. Yep, that's much more like it. Couldn't see it for looking there. Okay, right, so we are in a 40 mile an hour zone. Let's just do the speed set. Let's do it to 35 just so I can make sure it's working. Right, okay, let's get out of here. we go. I had to press it there. Oh, it's not the fastest at pulling away, is it, this one? It is a bit older than what we just got off of. I mean, it might be... Oh, we're at a 25 coming up. So let's just set that to 20. I just want to be sure that it is going to work. So it should stop us at 20. And it isn't. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, we're all right. So let's knock it up to 25. But very soon we will be going at 115. Oh, there we go. We've got a 105 limit now. And then 115, so alright, let's just pop that down here. And crank that straight up to 115. Alright, there shouldn't be anything hampering the acceleration now. God, did you notice that? When you're looking down there, it defocuses there, so it's supposed to simulate your eyes. Interesting. Never noticed that before. Right, so in the request for this train, or this part of the journey in the Intercity 225, the request stop was Doncaster, but I think there is a chance that Doncaster might not be available. It would be like Hitchin was on the previous train, where we go on the avoiding line. So I'm going to stop at Grantham because I'm pretty sure there's no avoiding line for that. Right, let's have a look at this bad boy in action. So here's the Intercity 225. And as has been said on other videos, 225 is very misleading. It's called the 225 because it can go about 140 miles an hour, which is 225 kilometres. So yeah, it's very misleading, isn't it? And this was a spin-off from the APT, which never made it past prototype because of people throwing up everywhere and lots of breakdowns, and it was fondly nicknamed the Queasy Rider or the APT accident prone train. So this is this is the next sort of iteration. I'm not sure how it uses, if or how it uses any form of active tilting like the APTP did, but who knows. I suppose we'll see. I mean, the APT was designed for the West Coast main line because it was a lot curvier than the East Coast. As you can see, this is straight as anything. Look, and it's flat as well. Look, it's a zero gradient. Okay, we've hit 100. Now, the same thing applies with the speed set to 125 in this as it does on the previous trains. I think it's a bug in the game where if you go 125 on one, you get a speeding error. So it does say so in the Armstrong Powerhouse manual for this train. So I said it's 120. Let's see how far we go before we can disable the speed set. But is it getting us there any quicker? It seems slightly quicker at the top end. Once you get sort of over 95, it does seem a bit quicker on the acceleration side. So I could be really lazy and keep it at 120, but I'm not going to do that. So let's turn the speed set off. And let's manually keep it around the 125 mark. I think that'll be most of the journey. We might get a few small drops. Still got a slight downhill there. Okay, we did lose a little bit of speed there when we reduced the throttle. Let's see if we can make that up slowly and find a sweet spot. Is that a class 66? What have we got here? That's class 43. I believe we'll be doing the leg after this journey. Once we get to York, we'll be going in one of those, the Valenta, to take us up to Newcastle. Right. Oh, we found a spot where we can actually catch our speed up a bit slowly, so I can just reduce it slightly once we get up to around 124 and a bit. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't the sweet spot. I reckon probably about 80. Let's try that. See if it stays at 124 or it takes us up to 125. I really wish we could see the decimal point to two places, or even one place. Just give us some good idea of whether we're accelerating, decelerating, or sort of maintaining the speed. But no, we're just going to keep making minor adjustments. But we seem all right at the moment. 124. So it was just over 100 miles, wasn't it? About 108 miles, I think, the journey. We've now done pretty much 10 miles of that, so we've done a tenth of it already. No sign of having to slow down at all. And we still can't get ourselves a nice trackside view. Of course we can't. Oh, we had one there and I flipped off of it. What a fucking idiot. Switched just as I was changing it back to the cab view. Oh, here we go. We are going some, aren't we? Look at that. So, yeah, as I was saying, this is a push-pull train. So The DVT you see at the back and here doesn't have an engine in it or anything like that. It's just a remote control. Because what happens is when we're travelling from north to south, we operate the train from that, and we are pushed by the locomotive, which is at the back, effectively. I think that was nicely demonstrated in one of Luke Kozer's recent videos, where he went from Glasgow down to Carlisle in this train. Oh, I'm finding that sweet spot. Obviously it doesn't help with this gradient changing constantly. So let's look out for Grantham. We'll make that our request stop, just in case Doncaster isn't available. I recently watched quite an interesting video. It was in one of these. It was a real life, where the driver had filmed it, and it was in a Class 91 in LNER livery, which I would have chosen if it was available. And yeah, so he went from Leeds down to King's Cross. So he stopped at Doncaster. Then I think he stopped at Grantham, then Peterborough, then Stevenage, and then finally at King's Cross. So it's fast service. He seemed to do it pretty quickly. I couldn't see him editing any parts of the journey out, even the waiting times. I remember when I did this run in real life back in 2017, late 2017, early 2018. It was Virgin Trains. I can't even remember what class it was now. We stopped at Grantham as the first stop from King's Cross, and it stopped for ages, about 10 minutes, so I was actually able to get out and have a vape on the platform. Oh, I've lost a bit of speed now. We're climbing uphill. So let's see what the torque's like on this uphill. So yeah, I did stop at Grantham for a while. I don't know if that was by design or there was a signal up ahead, red signal or something, but yeah, we were there ages. Yeah, I think that train didn't even stop at Peterborough, if I remember rightly. Right, this is a steep old hill. I mean, we are slightly increasing speed, but not by a lot. So I don't know how the Azuma would have coped with the one we've just had, because that was pretty flat all the way. Right, 115 miles an hour coming up. Let's get our speed set. See, it is did apply some sort of braking to get us down there. See that? So much the same as the last train. Does do a little bit of dynamic braking to keep your speed, keep you overshooting the speed limit. Maybe it's because of this tunnel. Yeah. And it seemed to take a while for us to get for the entrance to sort of increase in size, or the exit But that's because it's a lot bigger than the other tunnels we've seen, I suppose. It's got bigger diameter because it's got to have the overhead electric cables going through it as well, which are a lot lower than train level. Or a lot higher than train level, should I say. Jesus Christ. Now that speed set thing where you can get a speeding error if you do go over, if you do 125.1, I'm not, yeah, I mean, I've had it on 2 trains, but they're both Armstrong Powerhouse, so does that mean it is a bug within the Dovetail Games game engine? Or is it Armstrong Powerhouse's bug? Although they would never admit it, even if it was. I don't know if anyone's tried a train that by another provider, like Just Trains or Dovetail Games themselves, that has the speed set. Right, here we are, Grantham. Let's slow down. Pile on the brakes a bit there, I think. I underestimated them a little bit. I think we're all right. Gave the passengers a little bit of G-force there. Right, so we're in 11 cars. We got the loco, the 9 passenger coaches, and the DVT. So we might as well go right up as far as we can. Maybe even overshoot it slightly if necessary, which the train driver did do on the video I've just been talking about. Right, we've got all the passenger things on. Yeah, I think we've got the lot on here. That'll do fine. Did the doors open? I did press T. Doesn't appear they have. Okay, so none of the doors open. Maybe that's a bug with the station. But that'll do. Okay, while we're waiting there, and there's our signal to go. Let's set our speed set to 100. Okay, take down the brakes. And let's pull away. That's not the fastest acceleration, is it? Well, this is 72% throttle. Put it up to 100. That's better. Right. Okay, there we go. It is a long old train, isn't it? There's the DVT. Okay. We are going 115 miles an hour very shortly. We might as well do the speed set now because we're not going to get over 100. Right, well, we can stop at Doncaster if it is available. Then at least we are fulfilling the terms of the request. But we'll see. I mean, we're 82 miles from York anyway. So Doncaster's probably about 55 to 60 miles away. So we've got a way to go. Right, there we are in the 115 mile an hour section. And it looks like we could be on a slight downhill there. It's very hard to tell with these shallow gradients. I'm just looking at the HUD and it's seeing if there's any breaks in the line that give us any indication. Okay, there's a tunnel coming up. This bit has got a lot sort of nicer, greener scenery than the first leg we did. Though there's not as much forestry as we see on the West Coast main line. But it's still nice and bright green. Right, we're still maintaining our acceleration. I'm looking now quickly, the decimal points are going up. Did I see the arcing on the pantograph? Yeah, it does arc. Yeah, there we go. Always a nice little touch when they do that. Right, we're into 125. So let's reduce the speed set. And we'll take it under manual control. I could just be lazy and leave it at 120. But then I'm not really, it takes away a little bit of the fun out of driving the whole route. Just setting the speed set. Although I've got to admit, if that bug didn't exist, then I would probably do that. But if I do 120, then I'll increase the journey time slightly, probably not by a lot. Oh, so how is this currently comparing with the previous train? Well, I think at higher speeds it accelerates more, and it's pulling along a lot more. In the 803, I did notice that once we got over 100, the rate we accelerated was nowhere near what it was up to that speed. It really did sort of slow down a bit. So I think this, I'm not sure of the torque figures and how accurate they've been modelled by Armstrong Powerhouse, but yeah, this does seem a bit more responsive at the higher acceleration. Right, let's see if we can find a sweet spot. We're on a downhill. So let's see if it goes up to 124 and how fast it does it. I mean, I could just look at the speedo, couldn't I? How much it's moving. Not by a lot. Yeah, Can't really tell there. It's so fractional. Yeah, this will be all right. We should certainly chew through those miles. Well, we've done a quarter of the journey already. Yeah, I think we may have found a sweet spot at the moment. Yeah, so another question that, you know, I've been sort of given some questions to answer. How do I compare this Armstrong Powerhouse version to the Dovetail Games version? Well, I like the extra features. You know, the more features you have that are real life, I like the master key and everything else like that. I couldn't see the passenger destination anywhere on the train that we can change. I'll have another quick look. No, it's not on there. It's not on here, so yeah. We can't do that. The one I saw in the video was LNER, so it might have been retrofitted with the sort of digital displays. I know it did have within a mile and a half of a station, it would start bleep at you and say station approaching. That might again be a sort of new retrofitted feature. And you could also hear the announcements, the passenger announcements. But yeah, it's no big loss really. So it's a distinct improvement over the Dovetail games. So that was atrocious. If I remember rightly on that, the driver vigilance device sort of rang in your ear hole every minute, regardless of whether you'd been touching the controls or not. And I think I did a video and it drove me absolutely fucking insane by the end of it. Well, there's class 66, is it? I can't really see. Well, okay, 100. So let's get our speed limiter going. There's no hurry because we've got a little bit of time. But we can try the auto braking nice and gently, and we can add some if we need to. That might have to do that. We ain't going to lose a lot, but let's put step 3 on. As we go through Newark, I forgot to do an external view for that. Never mind. It's only for this small section of track, and then we're back at 125 again. It was hardly worth it, was it? It's a nice little bridge over the river there. And we've got another body of water up ahead. Let's move our speed set up to 120 while we just take a little look at that. It's almost like a lake, isn't it? A reservoir or something. A nice little church. Lots of NPC trains. Oh, that's a long old load of flat wagons there, they're empty. Yeah, what would be nice in this is having a speed set on and off button, so I don't have to sort of whirl it round down, because it will apply some braking briefly when I do that. So yeah, so not quite as modern inside as the 803 Zoomer. Okay, right. Let's wind the speed set down and then manually keep ourselves around 124, 125 without getting a speeding error. Now we're completely flat. The sweet spot area will be slightly different. But we'll see if we can find it anyway. That's half the fun. Let's try it here and see what happens to it. Don't see any signs that we need to whistle, so we'll just do it anyway. Right, now we found a sweet spot there. There's one. And another Intercity 125. I've got a feeling that what I've been thinking was a Class 66 may not have been. I don't know. The shape at the front doesn't look quite right. I know there's a certain viewer who will spot exactly what it is, but yeah, I'm not. I'm not good enough at recognising all the locos yet. I try and read the numbers off them. But obviously at this speed that's not going to happen, is it? Right, we are certainly making some progress. 58 miles, we've done just under half the journey. Because most of it has been running at this lovely maximum speed. Interesting enough, I've not seen any of these trains yet as NPCs. I know, for example, when you use the Armstrong Powerhouse Class 411, 412 on one of the main lines it was designed for, the Portsmouth Direct line, you see loads of them as NPC trains. So I wonder if the installation actually looked for that line and then added them into the quick drive. As obviously the installation of this didn't do anything like that as far as I'm aware. But it's nice having that driver vigilance device isolated. Not even sure how you turn it on. Not in the other cab. Normally there's a fuse panel somewhere. Oh, speed limit reduction. Only to 115. So we're using our speed set now. That braked for us in plenty of time. Here's the Morpeth board. So now we are completely at the mercy of the speed set. Ah, there we go, 120 coming up. So yeah, this is a vast improvement over the Dovetail Games offering. Right, can I see that? No, I can't. I wonder if it was even a 57 or something like that. I don't know. I know. I will be told as soon as someone sees this video exactly what it is. Okay, so we are now entering a 120 mile an hour zone. So we will just notch up the speed set. Just make sure I didn't press it for too long, no. So this has got some pretty modern things in it, despite it being older than the 803. And the speed set is really good. Works really well. It doesn't just control your acceleration, it will also decrease your speed as you lower it. So it operates more like a cruise control than a speed set. Funny enough, my car has cruise control and I never use it, even on the motorways. Because you have to keep turning it on and off when some prick pulls into the lane in front of you. Right, oh, I didn't quite get to see what station that was. $125. So the speed set is now off. See how that works as a sweet spot. I want to see it go up to 124 and then I can reduce it. If it doesn't, I will increase it slightly. There's a lot of AI trains here. I really do wish the Class 43 was still running. Up until recently, there was one running on the Wavery and I think it's the Great Western Line. Someone did a video of it only a few months ago, and he said this is the only one left, and it'll be decommissioned in a month or two. So it was there in that sort of dark bottle green livery. I think someone said ScotRail maybe have some. Or a couple. I know they run on the Nigerian Metro in Lagos. There's a couple of them. But yeah, they must be more and more difficult to maintain. Get parts for now. Especially if you're in Nigeria. Right, a slight increase there. Some points. Let's get up to 81. That seemed to be a sweet spot. A sort of mini lake there. Pond. are we on an uphill or a downhill? Whatever it is, it's not that effective. Let's drop her down to 78 and just see if we do go to 123. Oh, look, now we're back on the flat. Well, 110 coming up. Let's do our usual. Just going to slow us down in time. Should do. We got over half a mile. So are we actually in approaching sort of South Yorkshire yet? That is the trouble with these. It'd be nice to have a little sort of map up in the corner so you can see where exactly you are in the country. I mean, routes that I know pretty well, like the Portsmouth Direct Line and the London to Brighton line, I can tell you exactly where we are, what county we're in, etc. But not these routes that I've only done once or twice, or sometimes never. Another one of those ones that I can't identify. Right, let's do the speed up to 120 and then we'll drop it down. We'll turn it off. How are we doing? Oh God, 39 miles and we're at York. We are rattling through these miles. How far is it from Doncaster to York? 20 miles? 25 miles? So when I did this journey on the train all the way to Edinburgh for work, yeah, I wasn't really paying attention. I had my laptop open and was doing work and listening to music on my earphones and that. Right, the speed set is off. What we got coming up here? Another HST. Yeah, you've seen so many of them. Great. Okay, we're on a 1 in 198. I still couldn't tell if it's up or down. It looks like it might be going down. I really can't tell. Cool. So bumped around a bit there. Okay, we seem to have a lot more lines branching off now. What do we have here? Is that a freight line? Sort of do I do that, or is it going off somewhere else? Well, that isn't on a freight line, is it? Right, Belmont, this place is, whatever that is. Seems to be a sort of train yard there. A goods yard. And I'm speeding. I did not see that. Absolute schoolboy error. Too busy admiring the scenery. It really laps, isn't it? Was not paying attention. Oh, yeah, I really did want shooting for that. Yeah, this is Doncaster, so yeah, we are not able to stop here. We are on the avoiding line, so we made the right decision there to stop at Grantham. But we made the wrong decision when we decided to look at the scenery instead of keeping an eye on the speed limits. There's Doncaster. Yeah, there is a train depot there, a big one, where the LNER keep all their Azumas that are not in use. I thought I did press that. It doesn't really matter now. So that's 2 speeding incidences now since London. I suppose considering the miles it's not too bad, but they both could have easily been avoided. Now, I suppose the reason that Lucosa requested I do the following leg, York to Newcastle, in the HST was because it's the version I have of that route is not electrified. So that's really the only option. I mean, yeah, I've driven the old Deltic, I suppose, but oh yeah, we lost a bit of speed there. There we go, we're catching it up again. Oh, yes, we went through Doncaster. That's 28 miles from York, so yeah, about 30 odd miles, isn't it? So it wasn't too far off my estimate. Right, back in 125. Let's just put that down to nothing. See, almost managed to get a decimal point on there. We could do it. If they really wanted to, it would be really useful. Right, let's just double check there's no up and coming speed restrictions, and we'll get another attempt at some trackside views. No, and they've been unsuccessful. At least the level crossings are shut and there's no cars sort of driving through them. Oh, is that one of ours? No, it's not. I was looking at my own train there. Didn't really see what that one was. Right, how are we doing now? 24 miles to go. Now there is a branch here that or somewhere that goes off to Leeds. Dirty Leeds. Because that was where the geezer in that video was driving from, and you could see where he joined the East Coast Main Line before we got to Doncaster. Anyway, I'm in Yorkshire now, so I should really be putting my flat cap on and ramming a ferret down my trousers. And drinking some decent tea. Or a brew, as they call it. Right, Jim, do you want a brew? Right, let's try and not rack up any more speeding for this last section of this leg. So I'm pretty sure we'll be slowing down at some point. There we go. What on earth is that? It's not a mine, is it? I thought they had all those shut down in the 80s. Okay, sweet spot for this is definitely around 81, I think. But we'll see. We're on a flat gradient again now. Yet another HST. And they're all in the same livery, aren't they? A few bumps along the track here, I've noticed. A bit of scenery popping went on there. I haven't noticed any neutral sections on this part of the line yet. So I'm not sure how this train copes. It's like the others, it uses just inertia and then kicks back in as soon as it gets a connection again. Is this yet another HST? I believe it is. Unless you're just getting them and some freight trains. Class 55 or whatever it is. I wish... Oh, no, not 55. It's the Deltic. I really wish I... No, it's going to bug me, that is. Right, let's top the old vape up while we are quite clear up ahead. And that's done. So this section of the line does only have 2 tracks really on that bit. So yeah, if there's a freight train you're stuck behind in a high-speed train, you're knackered. Now is that the way off to Leeds? I can't even remember. You would have thought it probably came a bit before because they're quite far apart, aren't they? And we're only 13 miles from York. So when we get there, we will hop off this train and then we will go and find our Intercity 125 Class 43 Valenta. And we will jump on that and we will then make our way up to Newcastle. And we do have a request stop. I can't remember what it is. I do think I've got time to remind myself. It is okay. Durham. I think I've got Great Western Railway livery or First Great Western, my choice on that. He didn't specify a livery on here, but I remember him saying that he didn't think that came as part of this enhancement pack with the Intercity Swallow, but it looks like it. This looks like it to me. Yeah. So, yeah, that's interesting. I might be confusing it for another enhancement pack though, so. Okay, right, no, just over 9 miles to go, and still no sign of any slowdown, and we like that because it will, you know, speed up our journey time from getting from A to B. And nothing in the way of speed restrictions anywhere. Traffic on there with a vanishing red lorry out of my peripheral vision on the left. So there we go. In this train configuration, when you're totally flat, 81% throttle is a good sweet spot. When you're doing sort of around about between 123 and 125. Sort of freshly ploughed field there. So I've never ever been to York. Apparently it's a very nice place to go. Lots of old, very pretty architecture. So I've only ever seen it from a train window. So I've not actually been around the place itself, just through a train window. Oh yeah, that's another thing I need to do because it's supposed to be amazing. And while I'm there, there's obviously a transport museum, I believe. So that's a no-brainer to visit there and spend a few hours there. Well, 3 miles to go. 3.5 miles. Really, I'm surprised at the lack of speed reduction, but yeah, not even down to 100. Right, another HST. Yeah, I will be driving you very shortly. There we go, down to 90 and 60. So we might as well just aim for 60 here. And then we got a 40. And there's York. Didn't have to go quite so mad on the braking there. Oh, I didn't identify that train. It's the same bloody one. I was too busy making sure I'd reduce speed in time. Okay, well, here we are approaching York. Yeah, the original York, not the fucking hateful new one. Okay, I've just hit an invisible speeding limit there, which always is guaranteed to piss me off. There was never any mention on the HUD that there was a 30 mile an hour speed limit. So yeah, I always feel a bit hard done by when that happens to me, and it does happen quite a lot. Okay. Don't want to get spad. That was close, wasn't it? Right, here we are at York, platform 10. Is people going to actually get out the train? Well, they are this time. It's good of them, isn't it? Okay. So that was York. That was a good run. I found that train, while it doesn't have all the wonderful features of the 803, I think at higher speed it accelerated better. So, and obviously it's head and shoulders above the Dovetail Games offering. So yeah, which do I prefer out of this one and the previous one to drive? Well, I'm going to wait until I've done all four and then I'm going to rank them. Okay, all that being said and done, right, let's get over to the platform where our HST is waiting. Okay, we've now hopped over the platform at York to platform 9. This is where our next train awaits. As per the specific request, it is the Armstrong Powerhouse Class 43, and I've gone for the Valenta engine, and it had to be Great Western trains or First Great Western livery, so we've gone for First Great Western. Okay, it is, we've got 8 carriages plus the loco plus the rear loco, the rear driver car. Okay, so let's set the train up while we let people on. Right, so master key, DRA off, okay, ATP on, marker light switch on, turn the tail lights off, and we'll put that round to both lights. Yeah, we're all good here. I like the cab lights. Dimmer. Okay, I think everybody's on now. There's another Class 43 there. Let's just check. Right, yeah, everybody's on. Let's get underway on to our next stop, which is Durham, on the way to Newcastle, and then we pick up our next train. Right, let's run the brakes down. I think it might have been Control P for the AP. Yeah, that's it. It's doing that now. Look at that run down there. Right, 15 mile an hour speed limit. Let us go. Look at that. Whoa. Take that, Greta. Nice. Well, it's about 15 mile an hour for quite a while at the moment. Obviously, I've noticed straight away that it's an older train and a diesel. The engine does take a while to respond to the throttle. I don't know what we've got going on here. Oh. What's going on with that? I think I inadvertently turned off the ATP. Not a great start, but we seem to have lost power anyway. Okay, I'll put that down to operator error. So I dropped it down to avoid speeding. And yeah, I couldn't throttle back up again. The throttle's off. This is where I had the problem. But no, it seems alright now. Maybe it was a fault. Okay. So, first time driving this. Right, we're in a 50, then we'll be up to 125. So yeah, I don't have the luxury of speed set in this. Okay, no, that were red signals for us. But there is some nice scenery about. Some sort of a decorative reservoir thing there, maybe. That's got reflective water, this one hasn't. Maybe it's not water. Anyhow, there's some no, I wouldn't. Is that class 37? You wouldn't have the Deltic pulling wagons like that, freight wagons. Right, we're at the 50 zone, so let's get underway to 50. What is this? The other one was... Yeah, here's the 37. And another one. I'm hoping we can keep the throttle down now, as we are very shortly... Oh no, we can't. We're going to be in the 125 zone. Yeah, I think we'll get away with it. Now, as I've never driven this enhanced version of the train, I've got no idea if 125 it can exceed 125 quite easily, or it sort of just about gets there, but we'll see soon. Yeah, I mean, obviously it doesn't have the performance of the previous two trains, but I've got a real soft spot for this train. The original Intercity 125. Yeah, I like it. It was yeah, when it was released, it was very, very important train. And it, on this route, it took over from a equally as legendary train, the Deltic. They do have a few what's the word? Historical runs on this line with the Deltic. It's all painted up nicely. I've seen the ticket price; it's quite prohibitive. Also, they got to pay for the maintenance of the Deltic, which is likely extremely difficult to get parts for. But anyway, on this version of the route, it is not electrified. I mean, it is in real life, but at the time this route is set in or was made in, whatever, this part of the route was not electrified, which is why we are in this this train. That's why the request specifically said this train. Okay, so we're getting up to 3 figures now. Let's see if that was a whistle sign or not, but we'll do it anyway. What have we got approaching? Couldn't identify that. It was a diesel. Was it a 66, 67? Or was it a 50? No idea. I really wish I was better at identifying the trains. Okay, right, we are in 3 figures now. This is where our acceleration really does start to slow down. We're on a dead flat bit of track and it's dead straight, so it's only engine performance and wind resistance that is against us. Right, well, it's all green up ahead. Let's top the old vapour. So, final destination is Newcastle, but we've got to do 1 stop, and the request has specified Durham, and it's very likely that we will be able to stop there. There's the Deltic. Got 111. We are not doing badly. When we get to 124, I'll drop it down a notch and look at how it performs. So yeah, we have got an ATP, Advanced Train Protection, on this, which is what I had to reset at the beginning and inadvertently disabled it just as we left. It's not the full one though, where you've got to input in your driver ID and how many train carriages you are running. But yeah, it's there on this one. I did have a quick look at the instruction PDF before, just so I didn't get caught out, and then I did anyway because I'd hit the wrong key. But not to worry, it's not unusual for a train to be delayed in this fucking country anyway. Our ETA says we should be there in just over an hour. So we've got 67 miles, so I presume we have got some speed limit restrictions on the way. Well, we're 120. There's another class 43 glittering away into the atmosphere. yeah, as I say, even with this part of the East Coast Main Line, the scenery looks a lot more barren than it does on the West Coast Main Line. There's more hills and forests and all that to look at. We still haven't worked out if that's by design or not. Okay, so we're nearly at 124, I think. Well, let's drop down to notch 4. Let's see if the speed increases or decreases. Okay, slight decrease, that's alright, we can just flick between the two. And we get a trackside view, look at that. Lovely train. Going pretty much full pelt. Yeah, we'll just be flicking between notch 4 and 5. Which I don't have a problem with at all. Over an hour to go 62 miles when you're doing 2 miles a minute. Seems a bit iffy to me, but yeah, I just hope we don't have any AI train problems. Right, we're still flat. Let's get her up to 125 and then we'll switch back. Maybe between Durham and Newcastle it's quite slow going. So far I've had 2 speeding errors. There we go, we're doing full speed. Yeah, okay, yeah, it got there a lot longer than the previous train, which seemed to get there a lot slightly quicker than the first train. But you've got to remember that, you know, the other two are overhead electric, and this is diesel, and it's diesel from the 70s. So yeah, I'm more than happy with the performance. So when we get nearer Durham, we'll see what the braking's like. If we're doing in the 120s, I will allow sort of a mile and a half to brake down to a platform approach speed. And if I see it going down too quickly, I'll reduce it. Just so I can get a feel of that, how the braking is in this. The Dovetail Games version of this one isn't bad. This has just got all the little extras on it that we like, and it seems to react more realistically, like, you know, waiting for the engine to rev up, etc, etc. I've got the Train Sim World 6 version, which will be feature on my next video. We're going to look at the remastered Great Western Main Line between Paddington and Reading, and the trains that came with it. We've got a few with it. One of them is this train. with a few livery options. Right, let's get ourselves back up to full speed. So we've got a 1 in 400 uphill. There we go, we got to 125, drop it down to notch 4, because we're on a slight gradient. Is that another delta? I think it was. Yeah, we're on a slight gradient, so the speed will probably drop out a bit quicker. Another look at the scenery around here. Yeah, it's not a huge amount to see. But until I do this again in real life, I can't tell you how accurate that is. Not much smoke coming out of this. It tends to be when you're pulling away after idling. Oh shit, I didn't see that. There's an 80 limit there. I'll have to go a bit full service brakes here. Passengers won't be happy with that. Probably it does take those brakes a while to wind down, doesn't it? It's doing that thing where we're not getting our power again. That's back now. Yeah. Brakes took quite a while to wind down there. Another Deltic, I think. So the power does that again, go down to 0 throttle and then back up. It seems to get it working. Northallerton. I had a manager once, many years ago, at a job from Northallerton. Didn't like the cunt. Okay, notch 2 is still picking up speed. And notch 1, it drops out, but we're back on totally flat track and totally straight as well. So I'll let it drop to about 78 and then we'll go back up to notch 2. So we're not constantly adjusting it. And Right. So I know Northallerton's quite north of Yorkshire. But how long is this 80 going to go for? That is why that that ETA is an hour. Well, it's just under an hour, and we've only got 47 miles. Yeah, we need notch 1.5. That's what we need. But yeah, I wonder why it's 80 here. It all looks pretty straight to me. Well, I'm sure there's a very valid reason for that. But still, we're doing faster than a mile a minute. I love that whistle of a turbocharged diesel engine. Right, because most of my cars have had it. Ah, here we go, look. We've got some curves in the track. And we're sort of up on a bank, aren't we, by the looks of it? But yeah, it doesn't look any different from like parts of the Portsmouth Direct line, which is 90. And it does have these sort of curves that aren't all that bad. So yeah, I'm intrigued about the speed limit. River there. It's still running over there. That's the house by the river, or whatever that is. It's quite a big house. Two exactly the same houses, copied and pasted. There's that river. Yeah, why are you 80? Look at it. Couldn't even see what was going under that bridge. Maybe a little path. We got here. Is this another Deltic? Yay! No mistaking that sound. That's it, nice bit of clag. That 39 thing, what was that? Is that a milestone? There's 41 miles to Newcastle. Mind you, we're going to Durham first, aren't we? Right, what does that say? 40. Oh, well, I don't see any 40. Oh, that's our miles, isn't it? So that's another mile. Yeah, it must be some sort of weird milestone thing. It's not much of a gradient here, is there? 1 in 391. I think it looks like it's a downward. So we still do lose speed, but it's not actually that bad. So we're still doing over 80. Notch 1. 41, there's another mile gone. I suppose they're useful, because then the train driver knows the exact time he needs to start slowing down. If he's going from 125 down to 30 or whatever, he knows where it is, be it mile 48 or whatever. So yeah, I can see that being useful. That's nice. Nice bit of bridge work. It's got to sound like a dentist. .42, yeah, there we go. That's got to be in it. Only another 38 of them to go. Right, I'm getting near the bottom of my tea now. I'll have to take it off the tea warming mat. Oh, wow, a hill. Haven't seen many of them on this route. It's all been fairly flat. See, now it's looking a bit more like the scenery in the West Coast main line. But not quite as dense foliage. Yeah, West Coast main line, looks like you're going through Greendale, where a postman Pat lives. Still no speed reductions or increases. But it's still going to be another 42 minutes before we get to Newcastle. Oh, we got a reduction here now. I'll put a bit of braking on nearer. Still a mile away. Some train station there, I didn't quite see what it was. Somebody will know, right, I'm going to have to do a bit of braking. Oh, there's a power station there. Yeah, it does take a while for these brakes to drain out, doesn't it? So yeah, I imagine that is quite realistic of a train of this age. In the Dovetail Games version, it wasn't anywhere near as unresponsive as that, but then yeah, they're not known for their ultra realism in their train physics, are they? Generally, Armstrong Powerhouse, a bit more attention to detail, although sometimes it's not all perfect. Right, just more built up areas now. So with these brakes like that, it'd be interesting controlling the speed and stopping at the right place in the station. But yeah, we will worry about that when we need to. Well, I think we're dropping speed here. Let's just pop to notch 3. So let's get it up. Class 40 something that was. Right, dead flat now. Well, it's done its thing again. Oh, whoopee-doo. 80 mile an hour increase. We'll certainly make a bit of use of that. I know it's only 10 mile an hour, but it's going to get us there that much quicker. God, it's bad scenery pop there, wasn't it? Right, so at least I know that about this nuance with the power. If it doesn't respond, drop it down to notch 0 and then put it up to what you want. Otherwise it doesn't seem to increase sometimes. There we go, that's telling us we've got 80 coming up. Oh, again, I didn't identify that in time. I think it was the same one that we saw before. Right, okay, we are now fully into the 80. Let's give it full revs. That's mile number 50. Oh, bollocks. Just when I was going to try and enjoy myself there, 65. Yeah, so that ETA is right on the button, isn't it? Hello, cousin. Older cousin. Still got the old BR blue. Well, 85 coming out in just over a mile and a half. So maybe there's a few twisties here, which is why we're at 65. But the track is flat as a battery, look. We cross over that river. Yeah, it is a bit twisty here, so yeah, that's an understandable speed limit. Well, most of the turns seem to be left, so we're heading back down south. Okay, and we are just coming into the 85, and then we'll give it some clag. Not a lot there because of the speed. Let's see how long we can hold 85 for. There's 27 miles to go. We haven't even stopped at Durham yet. Right, so we can identify this one. And I didn't. Didn't have anything on the back. Just wasn't fast enough. Probably it's a 40 something, I think. Another nice little river. Mind you, it all looks like farms around here, so that river's probably 15% cow piss. Again, we need notch 1.5. It looks like, yeah, well, we'll be losing it a little bit, but not very fast. Okay, don't ask me what this area is that's just popped in. All I know is it's got a great big chimney there. Yeah, but I don't know this part of the country at all well. I've driven to Gateshead once for work, and I've got the train through here when I used to commute to Edinburgh. But that, I've got no idea. I haven't seen any indicators on the HUD. Good thing it's been green all the way. Okay, and the track is completely flat once again. Ah, there we go. Spoiling all the fun again. 65 limit coming up. I nearly sped then, I wasn't keeping an eye on that. But nearly won't get you anything. See how good the initial brakes are. Not too bad. Let's go step 3 here. While the brakes drain. And then we're back to 85 again, but we're on a bit of a downhill coming up, so I'll have to be a bit careful with the speed. Let's see what happens. Does it increase or decrease in notch 1? Okay, 1 in 150, yeah, it is increasing in notch 1. Let's try with notch off. We do start to lose it a little bit. But not, yeah, I can see why. Look at all these bends. Back in 85 and the ground levels off. So we'll blam it straight into notch 5 full throttle once we're into that 85. Get some clag and de-coke that diesel engine. Oh yes, that big old viaduct. Well, it's high, isn't it? Well, we're well high up. Another Deltic. I can't see us getting into 3 figures for the rest of this part of the run, all the way up to Newcastle. I can't really see it. We've only got 17 miles to go. So, yeah, how do I compare this with the Dovetail Games version? Oh, well, it's night and day, isn't it? This has gone for much more sort of realistic performance, I think. I mean, obviously, I can't tell you how spot on it is because I've obviously never driven one of these in real life or any train of any description. unless you count the Hornby railway set. But yeah, I do like it. It's significantly improved, and there's loads more livery options and in-cab stuff like the full ATP or not ATP at all. $65 again. Going downhill now. Time to put some braking on. Yeah, I mean, you can get used to the brakes if you can just sort of time it right. There we go, right up in the air again. What station is this? Can't see. Oh, Christ. See, I still come off the brakes a bit lively there. Oh my God, look, 125 mile an hour zone. It's just there just to make me look stupid after my earlier prediction, isn't it? Don't think it'll be there. We'll have a lot of it. But it's welcome, even if we only get it for a few miles. It's more than welcome. I imagine we're not even going to be able to have time to get up to 125 before we get a speed reduction. There we go. There's another brother. We're sort of increasing speed quite quick on notch 1 because of the downhill gradient. But in a few seconds, it ain't going to matter, is it? Hey, 125 mile an hour limit on a downhill bit of track. We're right up in the air again. Not quite as high though as before. Well, it seems to be a valley down here, isn't it? Another high viaduct. I'm not good with height, so going over that one earlier was really high up, where the houses were. I'll have to remember that from when I do this again in real life, which I'm hoping to this year. Now, what have we got here? Chester Street. cousin of Pepe Le Pew. Interesting name, isn't it? Two English words with a French pronoun stuffed in the middle of it. Again, that loco I cannot identify. Hopefully we'll see one when I'm going a lot slower. Right, no speed limit increases for the next mile and a half. We like that. There's Chester Street. Another very high one. Very hilly, isn't it, round here? Oh, 55. There we go. Well, at least we got over a ton. Brake a bit harder here. Actually, no, I don't. That's when the HUD switches its scaling. Well, look, I think I've timed the braking all right. More or less. Still a bit there. Right, we're on a downhill, so we have to do a little bit of controlled braking here. Not zero throttle, we still are gaining a bit of speed. Just pop it on initial. Still takes time, yeah. I've still not quite got used to braking timing on this. Okay, we're on flat ground now. Right, only got 5 miles to Newcastle. Anyone think we were not able to stop at Durham? Don't think they're that close. I've not seen Durham. Yeah, I think, sorry Lucosa, we're not going to get a station stop request on this part of the run. If I'd known, I would have chosen Chester Street or something like that, because there wasn't that many stations that we didn't avoid. Well, it's doing our no power thing again. Unless I somehow managed to completely miss seeing Durham on the HUD. Which can't be ruled out. Okay, so yeah, the last 3.3 miles. Are the slowest. Try to get up to 55, as near as damn it. So the mile marker saying 78. Right, there's the 20. So yeah, the last mile into Newcastle is going to be, we're going to crawl in. We've got that bridge, haven't we? There we go. And 15 as we approaching into the station. There's the old Deltic. Wish we could see that on more long distance runs. It braked a little bit early there, but still got half a mile to lose this speed via gravity and friction. Well, we're going to have to do a little bit of braking there. So it goes with notch 1. Oh, we are increasing a little bit. That's good. So we need to come in on Newcastle Station platform 8. Right, is this... I thought we had a bit of a downhill there. Oh, we're going uphill. Oh no, now we're going downhill. Oh, the train's doing its power glitch thing. There we go. Over the bridge. That's pretty high up, isn't it? Right, let's get ourselves down to 15. Oh, nearly missed that AWS, didn't I? There's our first yellow signal of this leg. And here we are at Newcastle, right near next to a Deltic. Could life get any better? Look at that, it's a fantastic train. Well, there's that red signal. Make sure we get the entire train onto the platform. Well, I can't go any further than this red signal, so I don't think the rear coach is going to get on. But it's not. Oh, more or less. Yeah, right by that signal. What is on, for Christ's sake? Fussy fuckers. It's on a platform. Okay, right, well we are going to it's 20 to 3. We're going to hang around here for about 10 minutes and wait for our last train, which we're going to take to Edinburgh Waverly. And I won't tell you what it is right now, you will see in just a second. Right, turns out we only had to wait a few minutes for our train, and here it is. This is, yes, this is the Dovetail Games Class 395. I think it's the next one on for the Pendolino or the electric version. I'm not quite sure. Or it might even, is it electric? It's got what looks like pantographs in it. So, yeah, but yeah, we are in, unfortunately, the only livery I've got, which is Southeastern. So, yeah, I'm borrowing it from them. Right, so our final leg of the journey to Edinburgh Waverly, we will be taking this train. That's it, it's the Javelin, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, right, let's get in it and get it ready. Right, now we are inside. Let's get the train set up. Right, we need to put the pantograph up. Looks like the master key is unusable here. Let's do the cab lights and the headlights. That's day running. Where's the cab light? Is that it? No. I'll just press L. There we go. Okay, right. Let's let everyone on. While we're doing that, we will just set that. Now DRA is off. Oh, I missed what was coming there. I was too busy trying to set up. Right, let's just check outside. The doors are still open. And I think they're shutting. Yeah, I can't set the destination on the front of the train because this is a southeastern one. Right, okay, 124 miles. This is the longest leg of our journey. So let's get underway. Well, we don't appear to be moving at all. Well, we've got line voltage. Let's check the pantographs. They're up. Why are we not moving? I'll press that again. There we go. Right, we don't have a speed set in this from what I can see. So be a little bit careful here as we're in a 40 mile. No, we're in a 20. Then a 40, then an 85. As we go past the castle. Already we've got a station coming up, Manners. So I think this is the longest train I've driven on this four-leg route. Right, that speed thing's showing me kilometres an hour anyway. It's absolutely no fucking good to me. Show me what it is in English. Okay, right, we're just about heading to an 85, so we'll wang the throttle all the way up in a sec as we come out of here. Let's see how this thing performs compared with what I've been driving so far. Yeah, it's accelerating as well at this speed as the 91 and the 803. Yeah, it's not took us long to get to 75 at all. Let's see how it performs. Gets to 3 figures. Mind you, we can't do over 100 at the moment. Drive vigilance device. And I can't disable it. Bollocks. Acceleration hasn't dropped off at all. Right, well, we got 110 coming up, so we'll see how quickly it gets the extra 10 miles an hour. We're going to have to sort of flick between 1 and 0 to avoid speeding. Anyway, we do have a request stop on the way. It will be Berwick-on-Tweed, so we can see how well this thing brakes. I don't know if we'll be braking from a particularly high speed at that point. I cannot remember. I'm sure we'll get a chance to see some braking from a high speed. 110. Let's see how quickly this accelerates. That is the fastest I've seen. Yeah, over 100 miles an hour, definitely. Excellent acceleration at high speed. So yeah, this is already looking pretty impressive to me. Well, if it had the speed set, which I'm sure that's what these are for, it would be amazing. So come on, Armstrong Powerhouse, let's have a version of this. If there isn't one available, I haven't actually checked. Spent quite a bit on Armstrong Powerhouse stuff lately. No speed limit reductions at all. Right, it's still at 109 miles an hour. So let's just drop that. So 176 kilometres an hour. We know is our. Don't want to go any faster than that. So we'll let it drop to 170. And then we will put it up to notch 1. And then rinse and repeat. That looked like an electro star of some sort, but I could be wrong. Actually, no, diesel's coming out of it. Maybe it's a 159. Right, we are approaching Cramlington at pretty much full speed. I'll try and get an external view. There we go. full speed through the tiny little station there. Oh, shut up. The Control D is not disabling it, unfortunately. Right, so we'll coast again down to about 170 kilometres. Easy to read these because they change more frequently because it's a smaller unit. I'm sure that was a whistle. Just done a whistle. And back up. Now, I can't remember if we do get a 125 mile an hour section on this bit of track. But we will see. Another whistle area. One in 182 gradient. Ugh. No sign of any other stations. Yeah, this does drive fairly well, and you know we've been using Armstrong Powerhouse for the first 3 parts of this route. But this one is a Dovetail Games one, and tell you what, it ain't bad at all. Oh, we've got a 50 coming up. So we'll try these brakes out. Still got a mile to go. Just reduce the brakes slightly. Then we go through Morpeth. And then we're back to 70. That braked pretty well. It wasn't bad at all. Easy to control and then make adjustments, so I didn't brake too early or too late. And that is why, look at that curve. Look, yeah, the track is banked. Here's Morpeth, where they invented the warning signs. Right, back up to 70. Then 80, then 105. As we go through Pegswood. Right, I'm at 80 very shortly. So it does not take us long to achieve any sort of standard speeds on this line. Oh, yeah, we're in 105 now. Let's keep going. Now this route is just trains route, and as usual they do give you the warning that it's very memory intensive, and to save it, well, obviously I'm not going to do that. This is a quick drive scenario. There's Pegswood. Christ, it's a tiny little halt that is. Right, 110. .76 kilometres. So we'll go back to our usual method of maintaining roughly the correct speed without speeding. Keep an eye out for any speed limits. Level crossing, looks like it actually works. Right, 105 coming up, but not for a while. The brakes sort of releasing and activating are pretty rapid in this thing as well. Then we're down to 100 after that. Let's get it to 100. 161 kilometres. Well, we can see the decimals on our HUD now. As we go through Widrington. Anyway, ain't long before we got 110 coming up, so yeah. No sign of 125, unfortunately. And I'm pretty sure we do slow down once we sort of get north of Berwick-on-Tweed, as we sort of wind our way into Edinburgh. Oh, we are in 110 now, so let's get up to that as quick as possible, which in this train is pretty quick. Well, 177 kilometres an hour. Probably lucky not to get a speeding. Right, well, we're in the 2 figures for the miles left, so we've done 30 miles so far. So we've already knocked off a big chunk of the journey. Got to lose some speed there. Acklington. I wonder if they've got a football team with Stanley in the name. Right, hoping for a trackside view, but there's loads of places I could do one. We're not going to get one, but we'll use this opportunity to look at Acklington. And I've just seen there's an 85 coming up. Oh, don't have to brake yet. But it's only for, yeah, not about half a mile. I reckon we can stop in half a mile easily. There we go. This just makes braking so easy. Now what have we got here? Oh, right. I'm not good. Certain person is once again probably saying, "It's a Zoda, are you fucking blind?" And he'd be right to say that. I should know him by now. No trouble. Getting up to the speed we want. I'm not just saying that because I've been driving the Class 43. Which is, once you get over 100, it really does sort of struggle to accelerate. But the 803 and the 91, although they got to 125 a lot quicker than 43, this one, once you get over 100, the acceleration doesn't slow down a bit. Right, some more speed restrictions coming up. I'll try a bit more gentle braking, I think. Right, and Almouth North. See what sort of a station this is all about. Yeah, that's a bit bigger than the last few we've seen. Oh look, have you seen that? 120 miles an hour. I'll have some of that. That's almost top speed. Right, up to 95. We got over that without having to come off the throttle. Right, excellent. Let's see how quickly it gets from 110 to 120. But look at the way those numbers are going up, the speed. Very easy. We do have a 125. This 192 for this. This has shown no signs of the acceleration dropping off. And now we're in the 125. Let's see how quickly this does this. Right, 200 kilometres per hour exactly. We'll let it drop to about 196 and then we'll put it back. See if notch 1 can do it. Let's try that now actually. Or we dropped too low. So yeah, the acceleration rate did not visibly drop off at all, right the way up to 125. That's the first time I've seen this in this game. Although the APT P I've never driven, but that easily gets to 140, doesn't it? Well, we've got a slight drop coming up, 110. Not for long. Then we're back up in 125. What I do like about that digital speedo, you can see whether you're accelerating or decelerating. Well, on this downhill, we're only decelerating slightly. You can see here Anyway, yeah, well, this is my first time driving this train, as you probably gathered from the way I struggled to get it going at the beginning. So you can see that's moved up. Yeah. I mean, I know on a downhill, but the performance of the acceleration, I'm still gobsmacked by it. Right, let's have a look at Chat Hill. So we go through at full speed. There we go, again a tiny little station. Oh, some more speed limits, 110 and 105. We might as well just aim down to 105 for now. And again, it's not for very long. Yeah, look, you're going to be in 110. Look, it's literally for a tiny bit of the track there. What's the point? There we go, back up to full speed in the speed limit. Yeah, I'm not sort of giving you too much commentary because I'm still amazed at how this performs. I don't know if it is like that in real life or Dovetail Games haven't quite got it right. But what I'm driving at the moment is, yeah, it's just fantastic. It's fucking fantastic. I don't think I've even been in one of these in real life. I don't even know if they still operate. Stick that in notch 1 for a bit. That seems to increase our speed just enough so we don't have to keep flicking on and off. There's a morbid ball for 40. Crag Mill North. Yeah, didn't really see a station there, so it's just a level crossing. And I can't remember if there's any neutral sections on this line either. I think this driver vigilance device is only, it just does it if you haven't actually touched any controls for a while. So like all the time I was braking then and accelerating and braking when we had those speed limit changes in succession, we didn't hear it at all. But I'm hardly touching the controls at the moment, so we are going to get it. Right, we're on a 1 in 200. We are accelerating still, according to the digital speedo. It's a little bit on the bumpy side. There we go, see? I mean, I don't mind doing like that. I just hated it when it went off every minute, regardless, and just completely disrupted your concentration. Well, we are certainly getting through the miles. It is only 68 to go now. It was 128 when we started. So we've done just under half already. But we are going to be slowing down 10 miles an hour. It's well too early, isn't it? And yeah, again, it is not for very long. Not how far we are from Berwick. Yeah, we'll be back in 125 again in a few seconds. Do love that red sign with 125 on it. Well, I'd ultimately prefer one with 140 on it. There's no other whistle tone or horn tone. Well, not on the B key there isn't anyway. You know what else I did? I forgot to make myself a cup of tea before starting this video, so yeah, I'm going to be dying of thirst by the time we get to Waverly. Well, where are you, Berwick? Have a look outside. Well, there is a little bit of coast there, so we can't be that far from it, I thought. There's some nice lakes. And here it's all pretty flat and not much to see. Not even a house. That grass doesn't look like it's part of a farm or anything. And those trees are all in a line. Do they grow like that? Just a line, one or two trees deep, a long line of them. Oh. There we go. Is there an acknowledged fault? Yeah, I was so busy looking at the scenery that I missed the DVD. So there we go. The emergency brakes worked pretty well. Did not take us long to get down to almost a stop. Right, anyway, we can accelerate to 115. Right, I can't acknowledge that alarm. I'll have to turn the reverser off. The door controls. Oh, don't say. Let's put the full brakes on. Ah, that was it. Right, okay. Found that out by accident. Right, let's go. Go up to 115. I don't know what that noise is supposed to be. Right, 95. So we don't want to be going too much. Actually, yeah, look, I'll aim for 95 for now. I've got a feeling we're getting closer to Berwick anyway. Tweed mouth, so yeah, we're getting near the Tweed. So yeah, we are slowing right down here. Might as well just leave it there for now. I mean, I could accelerate and then brake, but what's the point? It will maybe it will reduce our journey time by a few seconds. Literally no point. There's a good old Berwick on Tweed. Or upon Tweed, I should say properly. And that is where we'll be making our first stop. Well, second if you count that fuck up there. Really don't have to be braking that hard in this thing. I forgot how nice the scenery was around here. Look at that. Lovely. Right, we'll pull in to Berwick upon Tweed. Hopefully we can get the whole train, all 12 carriages of it on the platform. Right, got still a few to get on. We don't have to worry about getting the very front of the loco on. 1 carriage and a half. There we go. Right, let's let everybody off. Right, I didn't open these doors at all. I opened one of them. Or did it? Okay. Well, nobody wants to get off then. Yeah, and I couldn't get it all on anyway. Look at that. Totally not in line with the green under here, is it? I mean, according to this, I've just got the train on. Right, okay, then let's get underway. Let's watch this beast pull away. Fantastic. It's a good looking train as well, isn't it? Yeah, so I'll have to do some research and actually see if they are still in operation or they, again, like they've been replaced by the 801, 802, 803. Well, we're in a 95, but there's a 90 coming up, so we'll just aim for 90. If we go slightly over, we'll have slowed down in time. Now we do have 95 up again any second now. So 55 miles to go until we are at Edinburgh. Now, if I remember, there's an invisible 15 mile an hour speed limit there, so we'll have to remember that. If it says 20, or it might even be 10. Standard just trains irritation. Okay, right, just get the whole train into the 95 zone and we will accelerate out of it. Don't have to accelerate too hard, just with 5 miles an hour, do we? I will look at the scenery. I'll do that now. Yeah, this is where we drive along the cliff edge. Look at that. Yeah, I mentioned before I have done that in real life. A Deltic. Or was it a class 37? I didn't really see. Didn't sound like a Deltic. Don't want to be admiring the scenery for too long after what happened last time. Yeah, once we get past this coastal bit, we do sort of go inland, westwards a little bit before we head up to Edinburgh. We might get a speed increase. You never know. And there we have one. An increase of minus 15 miles an hour. It's not for long. We did brake a little bit early there, but it doesn't really matter. We're not going to get penalised for being late. Oh shit! You get penalised for misreading the speed limit. Thinking it was 85 for an unknown reason. Well, okay, that's my third speeding for the entire run. Entirely my fault again. Right, we're back up to 95. Reston South coming up. Reston North. I think he's trying to tell me something. Rest. Yeah, so that's what I'm missing, the speed set really on this modern train, but yeah, it doesn't have it. It's, if Armstrong Powerhouse do a version, or have got a version, then yeah, that's definitely on my wish list. Because this with a speed set, I mean, God, it's practically driving itself, getting there rapidly as well. But that's what I would like to see, so I think if they did have it, I'd have seen Lucosa do a video on it, so I don't think there's one available at the moment. Okay, it looks like we're on an uphill, so we're losing speed, but that doesn't matter because we've got a speed reduction coming up anyway. Have to do a little bit of braking. Yeah, and you can see why with these curves, and the tracks aren't banked all that much, so we can't tear through it like a nutter. Oh, 85. Yeah, we're starting to slow down now gradually. Well, he's still 45 miles away from Edinburgh Waverly. Now that is 85, not 80. Oh, come on. And then 75, yeah, we really are slowing down. Might as well just coast until I didn't see myself needing to brake. It's a better experience for the passengers, no G-force. Are we near much coast? No, not any more. Just a sort of river there. I wonder if we're going to start seeing some more built up areas already. Well, according to our ETA, we've got just under half an hour to go. Oh, 70. 1.5 miles to lose 5 miles an hour. So let's get it up to 75. And then just leave it to coast. Oh my, we've got a speed increase to dizzy heights of 85. Hang on, this says we're in 125 zone. Where the hell did that come from? Yeah. Oh, now we're in the 75. Yeah, these speed limits on some of these Just Trains routes are a bit fucky, aren't they? And 85 and 90. Yeah, we knew that was coming. Oop. Oop. A bit of braking there, we're on a bit of a steep downhill. Yeah, that is a bit of a decline, isn't it? Be a little bit careful here. I mean, it'll do wonders for our acceleration. So yeah, look, we can easily speed. So I just have to keep flicking the minimum brake on and off for a couple of miles an hour, and then off again. 125 zone, 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 125 zone Save wearing out the handle. So we're accelerating the gravity faster than the braking rate of minimal brakes. Ah, 80 sodding 5. Then for a tiny bit of track, and then 90. I've got to concentrate a lot in this route. Don't get much chance to admire the scenery, but then this train driver ain't supposed to fucking do that, is he? He's supposed to concentrate on driving the train. This isn't train passenger simulator, you know. Right, we're on less of a decline now, so we can coast, and oh my god, we can get to 125 very shortly. Would you Adam and Eve it? Let's do this. Get it back up to 200 kilometers per hour. Go. Hopefully we can do this rate for at least 10 more miles just to sort of burn through them before we slow down as we get nearer Edinburgh. That aged well, didn't it? Oh well. We've got something industrial looking. Okay, we haven't got to do this for very long. Yeah, thanks for telling me there's a speed reduction. Or it wasn't a red signal or yellow signal coming up, was it? Well, we'll find out in a sec. Can't even see the signal, we're just about to drive through it. Oh, right, I see. We've got a 40 miles an hour coming up. As we go over some points. Brake pretty hard, but these brakes are more than capable. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Oh, I should have looked at the G-force. Yeah, I saw that flashing yellow signal. And then, yeah, that was it, wasn't it? Right, as we cross over onto the wrong side of the track. But we'll be going through Dunbar. Now we're in an invisible 50 limit. But then we've got another 40 here. So this is, yeah, I see, we're crossing over onto this side. So we could stop at the station if we wanted to, but there is no need for that. Didn't really take us on the fast route, did it? Random. Yeah, some of these routes, they just, in quick drive, they just take you wherever they feel like it. Okay, well hopefully we're going to get back over onto the correct side of the track before you hit that 110 mile an hour. You'd like to, there, yeah, must be where that 40 is. And here it is. Once we're over that, we will slam the throttle into full. There we go. The bell was almost to signify, put your foot down. Look at that rate of acceleration. Yeah, well, considering this uses the same voltage supply as the 803 and the 91, it's a lot more efficient with its power. I mean, it does slow ever so slightly, but not much. Oh, 110 for at least a couple of miles, I think. I'll strengthen down. Is that enough? I'll be avoiding anything there? I don't think so. Ugh, there we go. It literally was a couple of miles. I'll just coast until I actually have to brake. 100 miles an hour. So we'll let it drop for 3 or 4 kilometres per hour, and then we'll put it back into notch 1. Usual trick. How are we looking distance wise? Well, only 23 miles to go, and we've got a speed increase. I wouldn't mind living in one of those houses that overlooks the East Coast Main. I bet you see some great trains. And yeah, if you're worried about the noise, yeah, I used to live right on a railway track, and you very quickly zone it out. Where I live now, I'm on the flight path into Heathrow, and yeah, hear planes coming in at 2,000 foot high, right over the top of me. Yeah, you just get used to it. And we have 110, and then back to good old 125. Can't say I'm sorry to see that. That is the only thing I get concerned about on the Just Trains route, the invisible speed limits. And by invisible, I mean invisible on the HUD. They may well be written on signs on the track, but when I'm sort of mostly paying attention to the HUD and AWS and everything, and oh shit, and not my speed. That's 4. So it always happens when I go off on a rant, doesn't it? Well, this 125 didn't last too long, did it? I still want to get up as fast as I can before I have to start braking. Which I think it'll have to be about now. Oh, it's only while we go through that station, Drem North, or Drem. Yeah, I think it is just Drem. Wasn't we can do an external view for that? I'll just press the driver vigilance acknowledgement anyway. Hey, here we go. Wasn't much to look at there. In the middle of a load of fields. Right, this is 125, but look, we are slowing back down to 105 again. So we didn't get to really enjoy top speed for very long, or even get to it. Yeah, look at that bend, that's why. Well, 110. We've only got 15 miles to go, folks. Our ETA has come down a little bit. Longnidry, is that how you pronounce that? Yeah, so 14 miles we've got left, even at only 110. We're going to get there fairly rapidly until we have to really slow down. Right, let's have a little look at this station. Yeah, it's just really serving those small groups of houses there. That's nothing else here. And I suppose these ones. Oh, 125. Preston. Oh, I nearly said Preston Pants then. It's Preston Pans, south. There it is, Preston Pins. I don't know if we'll be able to go through it at full speed, but we'll be as close, pretty close to it. I do get a bit of euphoric in this train when I can put it into the full throttle notch, full throttle. Look at that, go. And Wallyford coming up. And that platform corner of the HUD looks absolutely tiny. But this one we will be going through full speed. But we do have a 95. I mean, this is too good to be true. Okay. There we go, that was not bad timing. But we're going to be in Edinburgh, boys and girls, in 6.3 miles. Oh, this is the longest, most sort of slowy, accelerate-y, slowy part of the East Coast main line, but I'll tell you something, because this train's so good, it's not felt as tedious as it has in other trains that I've done this on. So yeah, it's made it much more pleasurable. There's Musselburgh. That's how you pronounce it. Okay, so down to 90 for Portobello. Do my usual coast until I have to brake. It's fairly flat here, 1 in 1486 gradient. That looks like coasting has done the trick. Yes, we know it's 90. What's the signal situation? Green. .85 coming up. Again, coasting is going to take care of that. There's 37 there. A few train depots. Well, there's our 70. So I will just carry on coasting. I may have to apply some brakes to lose 10 miles an hour, but it won't be a lot. Once we're going down to 60 there. Look, there's Waverly in 1.5 miles, so let's apply our brakes to get down to 70, and I'm going to treat that as 10 miles an hour when I get there, because I'm not 100% sure if there's an invisible speed limit. Sometimes they overlap each other on the HUD, or it's just not on there. Right, still alright speed wise at the moment. Go through this tunnel. Right, this is where I'm going to go to 15, just in the act of self-preservation, even though I have done 2 speeding errors already. But I feel hard done by if it was an invisible one. And we're coming in platform 11, that's the next one on. I mean, they may not be an invisible speed limit, but I'm not taking any chances. It's going to be 20 here anyway. Up a little bit. There's our yellow signal. So stop at the next platform, or the next signal, which is just up there, I think, just on the corner. It bends round. Okay, we are starting to get onto the platform itself. There's the red signal. So we've got a few more carriages to get on. But I'm not going to take any chances here. Yeah, I think we're all on actually. Well, here we are at Edinburgh Waverly, having started in a completely different train at King's Cross, and then changed train once, twice, 3 times. Okay. So the final bit of the video is how do I rank these trains? Well, first of all, the first 3 were all head and shoulders above their Dovetail Games or whoever made them originals that it enhanced. All 3 of them much better. But this one obviously isn't Armstrong Powerhouse. So let's see how I rank them. Well, I think it's going to come as no surprise that my favourite was this Class 395. I don't know if it's because it's not quite modelled right, but the acceleration and braking was just effortless. So easy to drive. And the only thing I missed was a speed set. That would have been really handy on that. Very handy indeed. So I've got to rate that number 1. Number 2 to drive. Performance wise, I'm struggling here. The 803 and the I keep saying 801. The 803 and the 91 were very similar to how they performed. Both had speed set and they both sort of accelerated reasonably well. I found the 91 accelerated slightly better at faster speeds. However, I think that it was a pleasure to drive. It didn't perform as well as the others, but I've got to say the Class 43 HST it's a classic. I mean, it's got a legend factor to it. So, considering it's a lot older than the others, I mean, yeah, it's still a lot older than the 91. I'm going to have to rate that second. I think third, I might actually say the 91. I mean, the performance was so similar to the 801 to drive, but I just think it's got a bit more character to it. Probably where it's a little bit older and it's still, you know, it still performs up there with it. I don't know if that's an Armstrong Powerhouse sort of physics modelling issue with it, but yeah. as it is, I found it was, you know, drove pretty much the same, slightly better than the 803, but it's got just a great look about it, and it can take passengers, it can take cargo. So yeah, so I'm sorry, but the 803 comes last, but not by much. I don't think it's got the character that the Class 91 has, and the versatility. But there we go. It's yeah, it is what it is, and it is my opinion, and probably not many people would agree with it. But as I've just driven all 4 of them between 0 and 125 miles an hour, that is what I'm going for. Okay, well, there we go. That brings us to the end of this very long video. If you've made it this far, fucking congratulations to you. And I would go and see someone if I was you. So, let us know in the comments how you rank all 4 of these trains. It can either be based on my video if you've not driven them in game, or based on if you have driven them in game. Okay, well, we'll wrap up here, and we'll see you on the next one.